Every day, NOAA touches the lives of all Americans, supporting public safety and sustainable commerce, providing for life-saving weather predictions, safe navigation, a viable seafood industry, and disaster mitigation and response. The incredible professionals at NOAA are responsible for these services and more, along with environmental stewardship and world-class. Every day, NOAA touches the lives Every day, NOAA touches the lives of all Americans, supporting public safety and sustainable commerce. providing for life-saving weather prediction, safe navigation, a viable seafood industry, and disaster mitigation and response. The incredible professionals at NOAA are responsible for these services and more, along with environmental stewardship and world-class science that shapes so many aspects of
Hello. Welcome to the 43rd talk in the NOAA Environmental Leadership Seminar Series, or NELS. The goal of these seminars is to share examples of NOAA's role and impact in environmental science by those who lead and make it happen. My name is Allison Burrell, and I will serve as your MC today. We thank the NOAA Science Council for sponsoring these webinars and the NOAA NELS team that make these seminars possible. The members of the team are Katie Poser, Sandra Klar, Robert Levy, myself, and Dr. Hernan Garcia. Just a few seminar logistics. This seminar is being recorded for later viewing. To access closed captions, please click on the CC button at the top of the Adobe Connect screen. In addition, we have a live transcriber, Linda Frost. Thank you for your support. And online attendees are muted, but may post questions in the Adobe Connect Q&A box at any time. It's at the bottom of your screen. And at the end of the talk, we will address as many questions as possible. But today, I'd like to welcome our esteemed guest, Dr. Rick Spinrad, Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere and the NOAA Administrator. His seminar is entitled NOAA, the Once and Future Environmental Intelligence Leader for the Nation. Just a little background on Dr. Spinrad. In his current roles, he was sworn in June of 2021. Dr. Spinrad is responsible for the strategic direction and oversight of the agency and its over 12,000 employees, developing NOAA's portfolio of products and services to address the climate crisis, enhancing environmental sustainability and fostering economic development, and creating a more just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive NOAA workforce. Throughout the years, he's served several other roles within NOAA, including chief scientist under President Obama and assistant administrator of two divisions within NOAA, the Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research and the National Ocean Service. Without further ado, I will now turn it over to Dr. Spinrad. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Allison. I really appreciate that very kind introduction. And good afternoon, good morning, perhaps good evening for some. I am really excited and pleased that we actually have the technology like this that allows us to not only come together for the NOAA Environmental Leadership Seminar, but also to do so under conditions which, for those of us in the DC area, include being closed today for a snow day, which I would point out for everyone's benefit was forecasted perfectly, even to the minute when the snow was going to start in this area. So to all those NOAA colleagues we've got on the call today, thank you for everything that you do to make forecasts like those so useful and helpful and valuable. Also, thanks to all the colleagues. I had a chance to look at the registrants. Thank you all for registering for today's seminar. I noticed colleagues from all over the world, people I've worked with for literally decades. So I'm honored that you've joined us today. Looking at that list actually put me in kind of a reflective mood. And I'm thinking, since it's the start of the new year, I thought I'd share a couple of reflections. And I'd start with when I came into the job. When I came into the job as NOAA administrator in late June of 2021, as you heard from Allison's introduction, it was not my first day at NOAA. It was my first day as administrator. And I found a letter in the drawer from my predecessor, Dr. Neil Jacobs. And of course, Neil didn't know who the next administrator was going to be when he put that letter in the drawer. And he advised me, the letter said, to the next NOAA administrator, just remember, people are your best asset. And I had to laugh when I saw that because while I really appreciated the sentiment, this advice was something that I was well aware of. I knew that, which was in fact a major reason why I was delighted to be able to come back. I've been with NOAA off and on for almost 23 years. And from the beginning of my time in the agency to now, and every milestone in between, the agency really has been transformed first and foremost by the people. That's why today I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to highlight the accomplishments of our NOAA team during this administration. Just a few weeks ago, we put out an accomplishment report
titled Investing in America, NOAA's Science, Service, and Stewardship in Action. It's really an amazing piece of work that encapsulates really nicely what I would characterize as an unprecedented 4 years of groundbreaking achievement and meaningful progress. We also put out a video which provides a snapshot of some of our biggest moments. And as a special treat today, we're going to go ahead and play that video right now.
Every day, NOAA touches the lives of all Americans, supporting public safety and sustainable commerce, providing for life-saving weather prediction, safe navigation, a viable seafood industry, and disaster mitigation and response. The incredible professionals at NOAA are responsible for these services and more, along with environmental stewardship and world-class science that shapes so many aspects of our lives. Over the last several years, I've witnessed this team do exceptional, even previously unimaginable things in the face of unique challenges. Team NOAA also embraced extraordinary opportunities, like the unprecedented $6 billion in new investments that we're using to build a climate-ready nation. Thanks to this funding, we've restored thousands of acres of habitat and waterways, helped people across the country make climate-smart investments in their communities and coasts, and improved the climate data and services that we provide to decision makers, families, communities, and businesses. We've designated more national marine sanctuaries than any other 4-year period in our history, thus protecting the marine environment and stimulating local economies. We've also helped permit the most offshore wind renewable energy projects in history. Our ability to predict severe weather has taken a significant step forward with investments in high-performance computing power and new satellites. Our ability to gather environmental intelligence, so vital for decision makers, will continue to grow as we add to our fleet new state-of-the-art ships that we're building from the keel up, aircraft acquired new from the manufacturer, and new pier facilities in South Carolina, Rhode Island, and Alaska. And as always, our dedicated workforce is central to executing these advancements. We've provided unparalleled support to tribal nations and underserved communities to bolster resilience in the face of climate change. We've provided tools to community leaders facing sea level rise and other challenges like excessive heat. And we've recommitted ourselves to equity and making our own NOAA workforce reflective of the nation we serve. As the Biden-Harris administration comes to a close, I am proud to say our communities are more prepared for climate change. Our observation and prediction tools are more powerful, and our core values of innovation, integrity, and inclusion are central to our mission of science, service, and stewardship.
So thank you. Sorry for the buffering problems. I think that's just testimony to the fact we had so much great stuff. It was too much even for the internet to handle. But let me start by pointing out that when I came on board as NOAA administrator, I identified 3 strategic pillars, as I called it, to drive our work. The first was to build a climate-ready nation. The second, to strengthen the new blue economy. After all, NOAA sits in the Department of Commerce. And the third is to enhance operational excellence through incorporation of more equitable practices, procedures, and programs to better serve all Americans individually, in communities, and in corporations and industry. And I couldn't be more proud of our teams, the people across NOAA who linked arms to make our blueprints a reality by standing these pillars up. They've withstood the test of time and continue to serve as a strong guidepost for our areas of excellence. Since we only had a few minutes for the victory lap in that video, let me go into a little bit more detail about some of these accomplishments. Let's start with the climate-ready nation. Together, we've made a significant down payment on developing a climate-ready nation. For example, we've invested over $6 billion thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. Think about that. That's $6 billion that we got in combination from those two pieces of legislation is about equivalent to a full year's worth of appropriation for NOAA. So it was an extraordinary increase for us to do the things that we felt we needed to do, doing things like restoring waterways, thousands of acres of habitat. The National Ocean Service allocated nearly $141 million in BIL funding towards 51 competitive projects in 27 states and territories, addressing challenges including coastal resilience, restoration, marine debris, and of course, tribal priorities. And I'll add on a personal note that I had the opportunity to visit about 30 of those sites. Thanks to the IRA, we invested almost 600 million, 575 million in the Climate Resilience Regional Challenge and the $60 million for ocean-based climate resilience accelerators. NOAA distributed almost $250 million in BIL and IRA funding across nearly 50 projects, thanks to the Restoring Fish Passage Through Barrier Removal funding opportunities. Furthermore, the Biden-Harris administration has designated 3 new national marine sanctuaries. As part of President Biden's America the Beautiful initiative, NOS designated the new Lake Ontario National Marine Sanctuary, a sanctuary that protects archaeological sites, shipwrecks, and submerged aircraft and spans 2 centuries of the nation's history. We also designated part of Lake Michigan as Wisconsin Shipwreck Coast National Marine Sanctuary, which encapsulates the region's maritime cultural heritage and creates unique research, educational, recreational, and tourism opportunities. And NOAA designated the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, the 3rd largest to be managed within tribal community involvement. This was all done at a pace that far exceeded any sanctuary designation pace we've had in the last several decades. We also made tremendous progress to strengthen the New Blue economy. Our stewardship of the New Blue economy has supported over 2.4 million jobs and contributed almost $400 billion to our country's gross domestic product through tourism, shipping, transportation, power generation, and the seafood industry, just to name a few. Our agency has helped communities and their local economies recover from disasters. After the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed, our teams utilized environmental intelligence to establish auxiliary navigation channels around the wreckage to protect commerce interests and help remove hazardous materials. NOAA also supported the U.S. Coast Guard's efforts to safely recover over 10,000 gallons of petroleum products and 24,000 pounds of hazardous waste from areas surrounding the Maui wildfires last year. We've permitted the most offshore wind renewable energy projects in history. Since the first commercial-scale offshore wind project in the United States, Vineyard Wind 1, NOAA has joined the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management in 10 records of decision, or RODs, that total 15 gigawatts of approved offshore wind projects. We've teamed up with partners like the Nature Conservancy, Community Offshore Wind, and the University of Rhode Island to continue to advance offshore wind progress. Along the way, NOAA and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management launched a strategy to help endangered North Atlantic right whales recover while responsibly developing offshore wind energy. And NOAA has helped fisheries manage climate impacts, rebuilt critical stocks, and protected tribal fish hatcheries. NOAA's new dashboard on the National Marine Ecosystem Status website shows acidification status in marine ecosystems to better equip natural resource managers. Additionally, NOAA Fisheries launched a new Northeast Oyster Breeding Center to support shellfish farming of disease-resistant oysters in the Northeast. 94% of the stocks managed with known status are not subject to overfishing, and nearly 82% are not overfished. 50 stocks have been rebuilt since 2000, supporting $321 billion of commercial and recreational sales and 2.3 million jobs in 2022. Pacific bluefin tuna has exceeded international targets a decade ahead of schedule. NOAA also announced more than $105 million in recommended funding for 14 new and continuing salmon recovery projects and programs. NOAA invested an unprecedented $240 million through the IRA to support fish hatcheries in Oregon that produce Pacific salmon and steelhead. Fish hatcheries in the Pacific Northwest support ceremonial and economic benefits for tribal communities. NOAA had also equitably enhanced operational excellence to better serve all Americans. Last year, we hired over 2,000 new employees to further our mission. We've also created new positions, including senior leadership positions focused on improving employee experience. We've made it a priority to hire a more diverse workforce that better reflects the communities we serve. And those steps like rolling out our equity framework, NOAA leadership has combined internal and external work to center equity in our approach to scientific integrity. Our NOAA teams have also improved climate data and services. NOAA's Center for Satellite Applications and Research, STAR, made climate data more discoverable, accessible, and usable by developing the next-gen climate data record. NOAA's National Center for Environmental Information released the billion-dollar disaster risk mapping tool, which strengthens local awareness of risk, exposure, and vulnerability. NOAA and our partners at Esri formally partnered to develop a one-of-a-kind platform of equitable, actionable, and ready-to-use ocean and coastal data for users. By investing in high-performance computing, NOAA has improved our severe weather prediction. We advanced wildfire warning and flood mapping capabilities to better support first responders and meteorologists on the ground. We established a generative AI pilot program and working group, resulting in 72 projects that promote modernization and innovation in a safe, ethical, and secure manner. The National Hurricane Center and the Environmental Modeling Center released the Hurricane Analysis and Forecast System, HAFS, improving forecasts and enabling impact-based decision support services ahead of tropical cyclones. NOAA expanded the capacity of the nation's Weather and Climate Operational Supercomputing System, WCOS, by 20%. Faster supercomputing allows us to run more complex forecast models, and more storage space enables more data to be assimilated into the system so weather forecasters deliver more accurate predictions. We've also met and moved our goalpost when it comes to satellites. We launched the GOES-U satellite, the fourth and final satellite in the Geostationary Operational Environmental Satellites, GOES-R series. GOES-U, which is now GOES-19, features NOAA's first ever solar coronagraph, an instrument that will provide coronal mass ejections imagery to monitor the outer layer of the sun and help detect large solar eruptions. NOAA also launched the JPSS-2 satellite, now NOAA-21, the third of 5 satellites in NOAA's latest generation of polar orbiting satellites. It monitors weather forecasts, extreme weather events, and climate change impacts globally. NOAA's satellites supported the critical rescue of 350 people in life-threatening situations in 2023. And next up is going to be GeoXO. NOAA is enabling commercial space safety. The Office of Space Commerce released Phase 1 of its Traffic Coordination System for Space, or TRACS, to a set of beta users. The system promotes safe space safety, sustainability, and international cooperation through alerts provided to space operators. NOAA has brought a new generation of ships and aircrafts to the fore. NOAA awarded a $625 million contract for 2 coastal mapping and charting research vessels, named Oceanographer and Discoverer. 2 new oceanographic research ships will support a variety of missions. NOAA awarded a contract for 2 specialized Lockheed C-130J Hercules aircraft to become the next generation of NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft, replacing our more than 50-year-old P-3 aircraft that we've been flying for decades. NOAA's new aircraft, the Beechcraft King Air 350, was outfitted with remote sensing equipment to measure the water content of snow and soil, data that are used for flood, river level, and water supply forecasts, also for coastal mapping and aerial surveys of things like post-storm damage. And we also added new pier facilities in South Carolina, in Rhode Island and in Alaska. Thanks to the IRA funding, we broke ground on the Pier Romeo recapitalization project in North Charleston, South Carolina, and IRA funding also supported the new NOAA Marine Operations Center Atlantic facility in Newport. As we saw this year, excessive heat and flooding have impacted Americans in every corner of the country. We worked closely through the National Integrated Heat Health Information System, or NIHIS, with our partners to launch heat.gov. This is the nation's premier source of heat and health information. Our teams worked with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to connect more communities with Heat Risk, a tool offering locally tailored heat risk resources. We also innovated to better equip decision makers ahead of flooding. Some of the new resources include the Interagency Sea Level Rise Technical Report, the interactive versions of the Sea Level Trends Map, and the State of High Tide Flooding and Annual Outlook. Also a data update to the Sea Level Rise Viewer, and improved Great Lakes information for the Coastal Flood Exposure Mapper and Coastal Inundation Dashboard. The milestones reached across our line offices are a testament to the lasting strength of this One NOAA approach. I want to talk a little bit about engagement with community and equity considerations, and I'm proud to say that throughout the past 4 years, we have championed people-first policies and closed some longstanding equity gaps. We've connected tribes across the country with climate resilience resources and built new bridges of two-way communication thanks to dialogues like the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium's first Tribal Climate Initiatives gathering. After decades of manually translating weather forecasts and warnings into Spanish, the Weather Service leveraged AI to share key weather and climate information, including critical alerts, in more languages. The Industry Proving Grounds initiative has connected major U.S. industries like architecture and engineering, the reinsurance and insurance industries, and retail industries with actionable climate data to better support decision-making and long-term climate resilience planning. The agency broadened the ranges of voices that contribute to its science and policy through initiatives like the EE Blue Young Changemakers Fellowship, which has allowed us to share the policy-making pen with young, that is to say, high school age people. Equity considerations run through the DNA of every NOAA initiative. We're facing a change. We're in a transition period. The federal government is about to make a change just less than 2 weeks from now. I want to point out that our NOAA team is strong. We have 12,000 people in the agency, 11,975 of them are the best career civil servants in the land. And I can confidently say that the folks moving into acting roles at every level know the issues well and are going to continue to promote continuity throughout NOAA. Our team will continue to work hard to deliver the products and services to the American public and our international partners, to continue to build relationships and set up collaborations for the future. My main concern is for the morale on the team. You've all heard rumors about the future of NOAA, and when I hope they're all false, none of us knows yet what the truth will be. All I can say is that across the department, we are doing everything we can to ensure a seamless transition. I spent most of the time here talking about the items we've crossed off the whiteboard, which, as my team knows, is my running to-do list. There are just a few items I want to share that I want to pass on to the next administrator. One is a strong emphasis on acquisitions. We've done that. You heard me talk about our satellites program, the ships, the aircraft, the piers. We need to do the same kind of thing with a number of other investment areas, like ocean observations, next generation radar, high performance computing. We need to strengthen and restructure partnerships to more effectively express the value proposition of what NOAA does. Once you get somebody to sit and listen to the impact of the work that we do and the value and the cost savings and the cost avoidances as a result of what we provide, it's a pretty strong value proposition. Building a strong voice of advocacy for NOAA's role in the use and development of environmental intelligence is an important thing to do. And also to invoke that value of environmental intelligence. Whoever the new team is, I hope they embrace the same lesson The administrator before me left with his letter. We don't see this kind of success without valuing every member of the team and their contributions equally. Our civil servants and our partners, our contractors, our academic partners, our industry partners. In 2025, NOAA has brought the kind of science and technology to life that we could only dream about back in 2002 when I was just starting out here, even in 2014 when I was the chief scientist. As I come up on my final few weeks in the NOAA Administrator and Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere seat, I can't help but think about the heights NOAA is going to reach in another 20 years. So I'd like to take the time now to answer any questions you may have for me concerning the future, upcoming challenges, opportunities, or anything else. And with that, I'll throw it over to Allison to moderate the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spinrad. So yeah, let's open up the Q&A. There should be a box right down at the bottom of your screen. Go ahead and put those questions in and we can see them. We've already got a bunch in here thanking you for your time here over the past 4 years and your leadership, and that you will be missed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I will miss all of you. And I'll miss most of what the job entails, but not everything. But I came into the job with my eyes wide open, and I can say everything that has happened over the last 4 years has actually exceeded my expectations, and it's a tribute to the workforce. So thank you for that really kind thought.
Yeah. Okay, so let's jump into these questions. First one we have is, what would you, and you talked a little bit about this already, but what would you really like to share with the next NOAA administrator or Congress about the operational continuity of an independent science-based NOAA?
There's a lot of aspects to that question. So let me talk about the continuity part because the independent science-based is another aspect. Just make a quick note here. The continuity piece is critical for a number of reasons. People need to understand, obviously, we can't take a pause in the operational responsibilities. We can't say, well, let's not do stock assessments for a little while. Let's not put out weather forecasts. Let's wait on, space weather prediction. These are things that are happening every day. And so we have a responsibility to provide the watches, warnings, decision support information. That continuity is critical. It is as critical as maintaining continuity in our national security infrastructure. Nobody would ever say, well, let's stand down the Army for a while and think about what we really ought to be doing. So part of the message is to convey to decision makers the mission critical and nature of what we do and how it really is important for every American individual, community, and industry. There was an implication of the scientifically based independent agency piece, I think, in that question. And I'm happy to just say a quick word about that. There's a lot of discussion about what form should NOAA take. Obviously, form should follow function. And rather than discussing how we move the boxes in the wiring diagram, my recommendation to the next administration writ large and Congress is think about what we need to do to provide American communities, individuals, and industries the best environmental intelligence and products and services. And I would say there's things where we need to strengthen what our partner agencies do with what we do, and define what that looks like. And if the answer is, hey, you've got to do this as an independent agency, then look at what that means. There's pluses and minuses to doing something like that. But start with what the requirements are and the most efficient way to get those kind of capabilities into the hands of decision makers.
So moving forward, have you come across any new scientific questions or issues that you're excited to follow in the future of NOAA? Yeah,
I mean, there's the obvious ones, which we're already working on, but autonomy, artificial intelligence, as just two quick examples. The work that we're doing in those areas, I would say, are it is impactful, but we simply don't have the resources to invest as I think we should, into the full spectrum of AI applications. So we're going to have to be picky about what we do. So we have over 200 projects in the NOAA NOAA Center for Artificial Intelligence portfolio. A major thrust, obviously, is in AI for numerical weather prediction, where we already know we can see dramatic improvements in some cases and sometimes using machine learning approaches to numerical weather prediction. So that's one area. Autonomy is one I think we really could take advantage of, especially if you look at something like ocean observations, where I think the capability, for example, of having swarms of robotic capabilities pre-positioned, resident, as we like to say, resident in the ocean, ready to respond to an oncoming hurricane or tsunami and make observations and incorporate AI in how those observations are made so the sensors can be talking with each other. There's a whole slew of other really fascinating scientific developments. I listened to my friend Marcia McNutt, the president of the National Academy of Sciences, speak a couple of weeks ago on quorum sensing, for example, which, based on what I know about it, has very clear and obvious implications for what we do. So one of the things that I think is important is that in the next administration and all future administrations, we make sure that NOAA's connectivity to the other leading edge federal agencies and their partners in academia is as strong and robust as it can possibly be. And that's where groups like our Science Advisory Board are really helpful because they can advise us on what they see coming over the horizon in terms of new capabilities. But it really is a pretty exciting time in terms of some of these new scientific capabilities that are emerging.
So, what are your thoughts about opportunities and challenges for collaborating with these other federal agencies on these new endeavors?
Yeah, I think, especially in the arena of climate, 4 years ago, I think it's strong. We have to go into it with a clear understanding that agencies are always a little bit um, leery of trying to identify how we can leverage each other for fear that it might mean losing some capacity or capability. So I think a wholesale discussion of what we as a nation need to do in the area of supporting economic development, supporting safe communities, supporting food security, energy security through the use of environmental intelligence. I've used that phrase throughout my tenure as administrator. And I think if we use that as the currency of the realm, so to speak, and ask the question, what can we do with the best environmental intelligence? We will start getting some really good answers on how to have more efficient and effective energy grids, how to make better use of our agricultural infrastructure, how to improve transportation, but put environmental intelligence at the center of it. And then ask each of these agencies, DOE, EPA, USGS, NSF, what equities do you have that you think can contribute to this? In that spirit, I will tell you that the director of NSF, Ponch, as he likes to go by, and I have developed a wonderful working relationship. And it was based on one fundamental question: how can we each benefit from what the other agency excels at? And then we're able to define a whole number of exciting new areas of investment, such as the IUCRC, Industry University Cooperative Research Program for reinsurance industries. That's an example of where two agencies, in this case, NOAA and NSF, have said, here's what we can do, here's what you can do, here's how we can work with our partners in academia. Let's develop a program to exploit environmental intelligence to make the reinsurance and insurance industry more effective and efficient and helpful.
How is NOAA enhancing data storage facilities for I mean, satellite data, but all of the things you were just talking about produce data, especially climate data.
Yeah. I love that question because it reminds me, I don't think I've used the word cloud once yet in this seminar. And bad on me, because that obviously is, we can call it a technology, we can call it a philosophy, we can call it a capability. Cloud is central. Cloud computing and cloud data storage are central, which is why we've worked so hard with our colleagues at AWS, at Microsoft, at Google, and elsewhere to try to develop capabilities. We've been doing this for years. We started the big data program back when I was chief scientist. That's evolved to NOAA's open data distribution concept, the NOD concept. And I think that's going to be central to our ability to deal with volumes and volumes of data, and also to make it as accessible as possible to other users, which is part of our principle of operation. But how we're going to approach cloud, how we're going to approach data assimilation using AI technologies, I would say, is another part of that. But the cloud is central to the answer to that question.
Yeah, we actually have a question regarding AI related weather predictions, and what do you foresee the next generation of NOAA, like in the next 10 years? I mean, is AI going to eke out meteorologists, or are they still,
No, I don't think, yeah. People have this weird misconception that AI means everybody packs up their lunch and leaves and goes home, and you just turn on the machine and stuff gets spit out. My own belief is you're never going to have the human out of the loop. And one of the greatest skills that we've got, which we're going to have, is the interpretive skill, the local knowledge, the understanding of the probabilistic nature of all forecasts. And that's a very human element. I think first of all, we already know the potential for AI. We're seeing, at least in one case, in one example of AI applications for numerical weather prediction, about a 7 years worth of progress leap in less than 6 months, using AI-based data assimilation techniques. Part of the problem is you have to have enough high quality data as the training data for AI applications. And there are some cases where we may have enough, there are others where we do not. Not all weather systems are the same, for example. So my take on this is that we're relying heavily on our research partners and our own researchers inside the agency to demonstrate the art of the possible with respect to AI. But as with almost any new application in NWP, we are an operational agency. And in effect, until we can see that the performance is, as close to 100 out of 100 successful capability, we have to be very careful about operationalizing. So I think this is less about the research associated with AI and more about our risk tolerance for transitioning new capabilities into operations. But I'm really encouraged, especially by the strategic approach within the Weather Service, to trying to incorporate dramatically different approaches. I want to add one other thing. I heard the CEO of Amazon say you can't do AI without the cloud. Now, we can debate that, and that's obviously a very self-serving statement for the CEO of Amazon. But part of our concept of operations is that you don't have to be sitting at a cubicle in a production center in order to provide services. You may be an IMET at a fire out west, or you may be on scene as a rapid response survey tech who were reacting to a bridge collapse. You want to be able to have access to the best products and services, which means you may be relying on what would be called a thin client to reach to the cloud for computational purposes to answer your question specific to your problem in that part of the world at that time. So when we talk about cloud applications or AI for NWP and cloud, I'm thinking, how is that going to help that single incident meteorologist who's at the fire out in Utah and have the same, that individual would have the same capability as the forecaster sitting in a WFO in a production center.
I'm going to jump around topics. I think this is a really great question. What are the most important areas where education should be focused for moving the nation forward? And how can NOAA make this happen? Because we are always trying to build the new NOAA workforce, right?
Yeah,
That's important.
So, and we got a lot of great programs, whether it's our fellowships or, we just rolled out about $50 million for climate workforce development. I think those are all really important. In a kind of old school characterization of formal and informal education, I think we probably would benefit by looking at some more engagement and development of instructive tools and educational products for a broader segment of the public. One of the things NOAA is really good at is we have outreach to a huge portion of the population. And it's when you look at our workforce, 8,000 of our 12,000 employees are actually outside the DC area. They may be part of a Sea Grant network. They may be part of a regional coordinators network. They may be part of our fisheries regional construct. We're trying something new, and in fact, it's manifesting in Medford, Oregon, of all places, where we're thinking, can we take what is a traditional weather forecast office and turn it more into something like an environmental forecast center? So you'd have an expert on ocean processes. You'd have somebody who knows about harmful algal blooms. You'd have somebody who knows about fisheries in that office, which we traditionally don't. And I'm coming back to the question was fundamentally about education. What I'm saying is, I think it is really important that we build a demand signal for our products and services. And that demand signal is a grassroots kind of thing. How do you get the farmer in Iowa, the water manager in Northern California, the flood control district in Georgia to really understand what's available to them and what are the respective skills and uncertainties, if you will, of the tools that are available to them? Once we do that more effectively, and that is an educational effort, we will start to see that demand signal expressed more vocally. In the end, that could end up in more appropriations for NOAA, but it'll certainly end up in justification for priorities of investment in our research and our products and services. Several of the folks on this seminar are well familiar with one of the fascinating statistics. I didn't mention it in my prepared remarks, but the Climate Resilience Regional Challenge, that $575 million competition that we had with the IRA funding, received over $16 billion worth of proposals. That's like a 30 to 1 demand signal. And that's not all that unusual. How do we educate the American public, Congress, local decision makers, mayors, town councils, that this is a service that's available and that if they demand it, we can produce the kind of products that they need? I think that's the most important educational piece. My view overall with respect to education is I love the things that we do to try to build our own workforce. And I've got to say that so many of the internships and fellowships that include direct hire authority are terrific. It's a great idea. I also believe if we end up educating young people on what we do and they decide to go off and become corporate executives or patrons of the arts, That's great, because they then are well educated with respect to our mission and our capabilities, citizens who can help build that demand signal.
I think another important thing is government and private industry partnerships. And I mean, that could play a role in education as well. The more we're involved in the community, even through these partnerships. But where do you think NOAA will be in the future with these type of partnerships?
I really like that question because, again, as my staff knows, one of the first things I did when I came on board was I said, I want to have meet and greets and discussions with as many seemingly disparate partners as are interested in having those meetings. And what did I mean by that? I meant there are standard partners that we meet with on a regular basis. The commercial weather enterprise, the developers of oceanographic sensors. But what about the American Medical Association? What about faith-based communities? What about the manufacturers associations? What about in the federal government, housing and urban development, or the Treasury? And so in my first 6 months on the job, I had probably close to 150 meetings with these potential new partners. And they were, in some cases, it was big organizations like the American Medical Association. In other cases, it was very, very small groups. And in almost every case, the conversation started with them, usually their chairman of the board or CEO, saying something like, I'm not sure why I'm here, but happy to have the conversation. And by the end of 30 or 45 minutes, she or he was saying, I see great potential for us to develop a dialogue, establish a partnership. So we've signed a lot of MOUs, MOAs, cooperative R&D agreements, CRADAs, as we call them. But we haven't done enough. And I'd say we need to keep that pressure up. And my challenge is think of any group, and I think you would find that you can establish a connection point with those partners. So, for example, the climate mayors, I was 3 years into the job before I had a meeting with the climate mayors. And I remember, kind of hitting myself in the head and saying, duh, why didn't we do this one sooner? We now have an agreement with the climate mayors. So here's 350 mayors of big cities, small towns, who are much better informed about what NOAA does, eager to learn about the tools that we have. So we have a traveling show that we've developed with the Climate Program Office and the Education Office to inform these members of the Climate Mayors organization what is available to them for making decisions about protecting their citizens. So coming back to the question, partnerships are essential. We shouldn't be afraid of them. We should aggressively go after them. I'll share with you an example of what I tried to do, which I don't think succeeded. And I would say it probably needs some more effort. I carved out some resources and I said, let's make this available. Let's call it the Passport Program. And basically, any NOAA employee can propose to go to a conference from some organization they have never had any affiliation with. We'll pay for the travel for you to go to that. All we ask is that you come back with an idea. And it was really undersubscribed. Now, that could be on me, maybe that we didn't get the word out well enough and should double down on trying to get the word out. But I think the concept is still a good one, to reward behavior that develops new partnerships. And if only 1 out of 10 of those results in a major new development, major improvement in lives, livelihoods, and lifestyles, then that's a success, in my opinion.
But it's true. If you stay in your wheelhouse always, it's going to be hard to generate new ideas. Think outside the box. I love that program.
And we're really busy people too. That's the other thing is it's not easy to convince your boss to take 3 days, 4 days off on the projects you're working on to go to the, Society of Petrochemical Engineers conference or something like that. So it's hard. I understand. It's not easy to just tell people, yeah, go take some time, do this.
Well, we're getting down to the last few questions. There are a bunch of concerned questions about the incoming administration, and this one's kind of a tough one, but I think it's important. Talking about those the partnerships, but what happens if the new administration comes in and suggests privatizing it? So not just partnering, but handing it off to. Could you comment if like pay for data services? Would that result in a more efficient agency in I mean, who knows what's going to
No,
happen, but just
no.
curious about that.
Well, first of all, my answer to that always is we already are paying for services. What you're talking about is paying twice for the services.
Right.
I mean,
right.
the American public is paying. It costs every American 6 cents per day to get all this stuff that I talked about in my opening comments. The idea of privatizing is, I believe, a non-starter. It sounds really interesting, but I wouldn't just wave it off. Don't get me wrong. I do think that may have legs and there may be some discussion. What I have been trying to convey to folks is we have 3 weapons, if you will, or 3 tools is a better way to describe it. One is just the quality of the workforce. The 12,000 NOAA employees and roughly 12,000 contractors we work with are the cream of the crop, scientifically, technologically, in terms of understanding how to build programs. So that already means you're getting a good product, getting good value on your investment. The second is the demand signal. If you turn to the farmers in the Midwest and say, guess what, you're now going to have to pay some surcharge. Many of them are already paying for some services, but you're going to have to pay a surcharge. And oh, by the way, there's no guarantee you're going to be able to get what you want, because if you're a niche market, there may not be a provider of that. Build up that support base. And the last part is some of our strongest supporters, quite honestly, are members of Congress. I have had so many conversations, regardless of which side of the aisle. I could give you names of members of Congress who are staunch conservatives and strong liberals. Both of them are ardent supporters of what we do at NOAA. And so I think once you have that discussion, talk about the value proposition, the efficiency, and the quality of the product that you're already getting for 6 cents a day, it's a hard argument to say, oh, let's try to privatize this.
Well, and if things were to be privatized, is there any concern that scientific integrity would not be a foundational value in the near future?
It's like any other market, right? Let the buyer beware at that point. And there's going to be people, I would actually argue one of the reasons why we need to establish a national climate service right now, or at the very least, the clearly defined authoritative federal source for climate products and services, is because there is a propensity for charlatanism right now. There are people, and I've met with them, who will offer to sell you whatever you want. You want a 5-year projection of precipitation at a kilometer resolution on a every 6-hour basis, 5 years out. Sure, I'll sell that to you. And that's the problem, is there's no consumer protection structure for environmental intelligence right now. So your question is spot on. We could face real issues with regard to questionable products and services.
So what can the staff at NOAA, all these 12,000 employees and all of our partners, what can we do during this transition into the new administration? Do you have any sage advice and parting words?
I have been saying, and I've been quoted in some interviews as saying, stay the course, keep doing what you're doing, for starters, because you're doing great work and it is of value. Nobody is questioning the value of the work that NOAA does. There's demands for more of what we do. The second thing is trust your leadership. We've got great senior career folks, the line office AAs, the staff office directors, Admiral Hahn taking over my job on the 20th of January, and all of the acting career folks in these leadership positions understand the arguments that need to be made. The other thing, though, is when you have the opportunity, if you're a bench scientist, if you're working out in the field, when you have the opportunity to go talk to your local town council about what NOAA has to offer, do so. Even if you're not in that area of expertise, recognize you have resources. We have regional coordinators throughout the country. They know where to go. Find out who they are, call them up and say, is there a way I can talk to my local staff in my community about their interests in heat protection and what tools are available? And I think that, and it gets back to my point about build the support base, keep producing the highest quality work that you are, and trust the leadership because they're strong and effective.
And we are getting a lot of questions about what you're going to do next. Could you give us any hints or any plans? What you're
I really appreciate that. Thanks for your concern about my welfare. I appreciate that. I have no specific plans. I am not looking for a job. I actually just turned 70 last year, which, oh, by the way, makes me the oldest NOAA administrator ever. I still feel like a teenager most of the time. Some of you know when I left as chief scientist, I started to walk across the country, got about a third of the way, and then got injured. I don't have a plan for picking that up just yet. I still need to get back in shape, I think. But I feel like still got some juice, and I want to contribute. So I'm probably going to end up being an advisor, maybe serving on boards, that kind of thing. But as so many of the people on this call know, once you get environmental science, environmental policy in your blood, you can't get it out. And I've been doing this for almost 50 years now, and I just have a passion for it. So I will keep doing it. I can pretty much guarantee you I'm not coming back to NOAA. I've done every job at NOAA that I thought I might want to do, but there are still some other jobs I might want to do. I might want to get out in the field at some point, but no plans to do anything. And I've told my wife that I will not say yes to anything for at least 3 months.
Well, thank you so much for your candor in answering all of these questions. I'm just curious if you have any last words that you'd like to share with everyone before we close.
I'll close where I started. First of all, Allison and the whole team who put this together, the Science Council and all the organizers. Thanks for the opportunity to chat, especially your questions.
Welcome.
No surprise, I knew they'd be great. This agency is about our mission and about our people. And we often talk about mission first, people always. For me, that's at the heart of what we do. And I think the American public is benefiting from everything that you do and will. I am confident that the NOAA mission and structure will not only persevere, but it will actually be strengthened in the future because of the value of everything you all do. So thank you. As a taxpaying citizen, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Spinrad, for taking time out of your busy schedule for this interesting and informative seminar. And we also thank you for your leadership as the 11th NOAA Administrator.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
This seminar recording will be made available on our NELS website page in a few days. Have a good afternoon.